Right, 4 o'clock, let's go ahead and get the drainage committee meeting started. And all members are present besides Mr. Paul. Item number 1, request approval to sweep South Loop Canal, Part 2.
Yeah, the project I've been putting money for on the side, kind of, get that project done. You see the pictures, it drains all in part of the Libreville. And so every several years, we do it. Well, this time to do it again. So I have the money on that project number 92,560. I need it done, so I got $78,000 in that account, so. Aaron, I just asked, man, just on the truck situation, see if we can find a better route, spending $36,000.
So, and a lot of that could be seasonal too, because I know there's standing cane there now. So the spall could be banked on a good section of it if the farmer allows it. But like right now, he's got standing cane.
Right.
Like he ain't gonna do that now before grind. So it's like, I could reapproach like that aspect of it after the first, whenever everything's down. See, you know what I mean? Like this.
Well, I see that project done before the end of the year, so we'll see.
You would take it on the headland? Paul?
That's, I'd have to ask him. I'd have to,
Only one.
yeah, just the Pine Street section. Yeah, the Evergreen section also until you get to the house.
Still saying that, that's an option. That is an option.
Where you had hauled the material to?
This will be going back to Ezekiel Street.
And if using the long week currently.
Yeah.
I'm not on the thing, but not me. On the most,
How often you do this, Jeff?
not every 5, 6. Never cost me this much before.
Right.
But I never went on the other way. Yeah, I did. I don't know why the cost was so low.
What do you normally run, Jeff?
The cost of the money with trucks.
Yeah, the truck was killing.
Where the material and how you haul the material?
Oh, truck.
Oh, that's, 'cause I know I talked to you the last one, did it? Y'all just use a couple of trucks going back?
Three Parish dump trucks, yeah,
Going back and forth?
going back and forth. The machine had to wait a little while, but you wasn't using outside rental equipment, I mean, outside rental trucks.
Yeah, I don't want to use the rubber truck.
Which, like I said, now there's only, like, we have 2 roadworthy dump trucks. So, and the thing is like I said, we could do it, it's just, it would add, I would have to refigure with more parish labor, because it's not just gonna take 17 days and 2 trucks.
What was your time frame on this, Aaron?
17 days, 200 foot a day. And 200 foot a day was being pretty reasonable with having to put it in truck and not just banking it.
You wanna leave it right there?
Yeah.
Trucking on it?
Yeah, just
On
table
table?
it, yeah, it's table.
Okay.
Let's see.
Item number 1 is table. Item number 2, update on the Maury Drainage Project, Ward 4.
I have no update on that unless Mr. Joseph is here.
Joseph was supposed to have something.
Okay.
We'll table that until Joseph gets here.
Yeah, same thing with the next one also.
Right, item number 3, table. Item number 4, request additional funding for materials on project 93-161 in the amount of $7,000, Ward 4.
That was a project originally done by Mr. LeBlanc. Now there's a additional 96-inch culvert that needs to be replaced in that canal. To do the job right, so it would drain properly. And that's the 7,000 is the amount of the culvert. Yeah.
Is that a corrugated culvert?
Yeah, with lifting lugs and everything on it.
It's draining that whole area.
Yeah, that whole canal on the inside.
20-foot culvert?
I don't have that sheet. I believe it's 40 foot, 40 by 96.
There's 2 of them.
It's, and we're putting it with the lifting lug.
What'd you say, Mr. Charles? You need 2.
There's 2 of them, but 40 foot.
Yes, it's gonna come as one.
You can get a 40-foot piece.
Yeah, no matter what.
All right, we go over that, Mr. Charles? 7,000?
So move.
Motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Brew. All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 5, request approval to install two 24-inch culverts at the end of Virginia Street and Highway 1003.
I spoke to Mr. Chris earlier. I know he's not here. It's just one 24-inch culvert on a headland that comes out to Virginia Street that's affecting the water flow from the north end of Virginia Street. It would be just a 24-foot section of 14 gauge, 24-inch. They will need to be replaced. They have a small, it's a 15-inch green ag pipe that's in the ditch now there. That's at that headland.
That's all the way in the back at the gravel road, correct? Where
Road, right?
two roads meet?
No, before, coming back up Virginia Street. So not yet, not at the intersection, but up. At the end of the woods on the right side, if you're coming back toward Highway 1.
Where the trash is?
Well, like before, where the cane field starts.
Chris got enough money in drainage.
We're going with a metal?
24 gauge, yeah. 14 gauge, I'm sorry.
You sure about how much?
$100.
Good.
80, 90, $100.
What's the cost estimate?
He shot
Cost
about
estimate
$100.
I'll
is
give it to him.
$2,072.
I'll give him $100. What do you short? She said she was short.
I'm rounding it.
Yeah,
About
you got
$1,000.
He's just short about $1,000.
No,
No.
he got 1,100. It's $2,000.
Yeah, he got 11
I need about 800 somewhere.
Oh, 900, my bad.
I'll give him 1,000.
Right.
Right.
Ron's gonna allocate $1,000 to this project. Need a motion? Motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 6, request approval to sweep the drainage canal along Rudy Burke levee, Ward 8.
Yeah, this is the 1,200-foot drainage canal where we just finished making the levee at. The cost of delivery, the parish labor, total cost $2,347.30. To improve the flow in the canal to the pumps.
I'm good with. Motion by Mr. Mathern, second by Mr. Patterson, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 7, discuss the levee improvements behind Kirk Blanchard.
We still didn't finish getting the measurements on. I know you wanted to revisit it. The same thing with the Guillot Street.
All right, let's table that. We're gonna table 7 and 8. Whenever you get a chance, just let me know. Item number 9, discuss overage for Rudy Burke Waste Bond Project and approve the funding of $32,651.20.
We can go over that much.
Material. This is all, related to field material, elevating the level.
What allocation of Gomesa is this coming out of?
The ring levy,
The
You
bond
got-
issue.
bond, Mesa bond.
You have enough money for the ring levies?
Sure,
Should,
sure.
I'll come out of Ward 8.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 10, request approval and replace the collapsed culvert at 122 Teddy Street, Ward 9.
Yeah, it's the last metal culvert in a yard under a driveway is affecting the drainage of Teddy Street there. Completeness will improve the drainage on Teddy Street.
All right, we got a total cost of $3,483.20.
Not around allocation.
Ron, good with that? All right,
Appreciate it.
Ron's gonna give Ron the $3,483.20. Motion by Mr. Mathern,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 11, discuss options relative to a long reach excavator. Continue to rent at a price of $7,800 a month and identify the funding source or advertise for bids to purchase.
Yeah, I put this on the agenda. We have the option to continue renting it for another year at that rate, $7,800 a month. Or we could advertise for a 30-day bid since it's not on the state contract. to purchase. We would just, I would create a spec and put a 30-day bid out for a similar machine, similar hours. Reason being, doing that, we would be able to keep all of the equity we have in that machine already for this 1 year's rent. If we would wait until next year and go to purchase a new one, we wouldn't have any equity in it. So I put it on here for, just for discussion to see what y'all want to do.
So is this long reach on state bid currently?
Not currently.
No used equipment is on state bid.
A new one would not, and this is by word of mouth, a new one would not be on there until next year. It would be added.
So for us to even think that we're gonna rent a piece of equipment and the rental fees would go towards a purchase price is out of the question now.
True.
It doesn't work that way.
Either rent it or you buy it. That is what it is. $7,800 a month coming out of.
The allocation is stuff, go Mason, non-bond,
What we have left there.
zero,
Zero.
done.
All right, so now we're gonna have to break up that 7,800 by jobs, where the machine goes.
Okay. Would. Okay, so factor in, I could just do a daily cost.
So,
What wards have jobs, because there's only a few wards with
So
money left.
like, it's, I mean, it would be,
We
You
can-
could be, y'all didn't use it all.
9, 8, 2, so literally, I mean, there's quite a few of y'all that could have some use for it. Some things that take more prep work than others to be able to use it.
I just wish we would have been more prepared for it, because from
I
the
need
numbers that
2
are ran,
years.
this machine's been on rent for a year. And the average hourly usage of this machine per week is 14 hours.
Yeah, 14,
That's uncalled for,
yeah, I mean,
totally uncalled for.
I don't think we can put enough hours on a rented machine. That was the way our work schedule is.
You put enough hours on a rented machine and we invest the money for a new machine, we'll sit out on, we'll sit out.
So I mean, that's, I don't disagree. I know it's,
Bang for our buck.
it's a tool in the toolbox for us to use. If we purchase one, we wouldn't be on a time crunch to put the hours on it to be able to get the money out of the rent. But like I said, if y'all wanna let it go back, we let it go back, and then we just.
Gotta let it go back.
I can't let it go back right now. I need it.
That's
this
sufficient.
I ain't gonna go in
You
the
gotta find a way to
front
pay
door.
for it.
I think we need to go ahead and advertise for bids and see what the bid comes back at, and then sharpen our pencil with the Go Mesa allocations that we have and see if we can reallocate some money from Go Mesa to cover the purchase of it. Because the only concern that I have, and I spoke to Aaron about this earlier, is the amount of manpower that it's taken to do these larger projects is taken away from the other projects that we have, our regular type projects. So I think we're gonna have to hire another operator or two if we're gonna continue doing these larger scale projects in-house, because it's just taking away equipment and manpower from doing the regular.
Daily operations.
Right. I mean, we got culverts and just sweeping the public streets can't get done right now.
Sweeping the streets never got done before.
I'm
But we're just still wanting it done.
I know, I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to do it.
Never got done before. And
Yeah.
I don't see where these projects are affecting our daily things, I'm sure, but we need to prepare and plan for.
I know, it's like I said, we just, like the levy, we just spent just shy of 500 man hours on it. That it was needed to be done. I can't disagree with that. It was a very important project. The time it takes to do it with 3 employees from here that could have been doing other things, I feel those effects with getting the small things done. That in turn hiring more people would help. But the larger projects now that take months is what really affects the small thing. That's why I said if we keep it, we could keep it working. I mean, but if we let it go back, everybody would come home and start working on local things again. So if we find a way to pay for it and keep it or buy it, I'm all for it. But if it goes back, it goes back. We'll revisit those projects again.
For that long reach machine, you need one person on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we're using Parish trucks to haul the material, that's two more people.
You also had the third one, you had the flag.
Yeah, because we have to have a flag on a highway like that. When we sweeping ditches on Parish roads now, I almost want a flagger there every time. Because my operators complain to me about vehicles disregarding lights on trucks, signs they put out, or now sometimes they don't even have the opportunity to put those things out. So it makes it a little bit of a liability. The flagging thing on the highway it worked out perfect. So every project is important. I'm trying to tackle a different way of, we taking care of the small things and the big things. But the big things is what takes the most time and the most employees. So,
And when that job went over at subdivision, you said you did 2 days. 2 days with a long reach, can you do everything with the other machine?
from what he said, he's not gonna be able to dig the canal. He would be able to do all the levee work with it, like the trees and everything. But he wouldn't be able to reach across it from what he said. And again, please don't quote me on that because maybe in some spots the 145 would reach, but maybe not. So the long reach could possibly be needed. I know we have a ton of things it can be used for. We pay to keep it, we pay to keep it. If it goes back, it goes back.
We could do this all day.
I need the machine in Ballpark to sweep out the ditch. We just did this levy.
We need it, I was gonna pay for it.
The operator said he was gonna be able to reach it with the smaller machine. He can't reach it. He can only reach halfway the ditch. I need the machine, the long reach to sweep out the entire ditch to do this job right. Mara needs the machine.
I mean,
I possibly gonna need it.
Mr. Ira needs it.
But we need the machine running.
Yeah, and that's,
And that's the
My-
problem, but if we rent it, we're complaining that somebody's not on the machine.
a 10-hour
But if
workday.
somebody's on the machine, other projects are getting left behind, so we can't have it both ways. If we own the machine, then they could only work 2 or 3 days a week, and
Let's go for
the
bid,
smaller
see
projects
how
can
it's
still get
come out.
done.
Let's go for bid.
One thing about going out for the bid too, we get that, to me, that bid price is, that equity we have in the machine for paying for it for a year goes with it. So if we could easily buy the machine.
Go for bid, yeah, see what happens.
No, but this machine goes back this month, September, right? So we still need, if we not sending it back,
We'd have to
we
rent it
need
for another
another
one.
month of rental. Funding source.
That may $100.
It can come to Ballpark in Bell River. Get it out to Mesa, bond money. But we need it run, we need it work.
It is, I need the 2 days, you do it Thursday and Friday.
So what's the funding source?
Mesa bond.
No, that's done. There's no more.
No, from the ring levy.
You're gonna get out of construction.
You gonna keep on taking out the ring.
Yeah, the ring levy money's not gonna be, having.
We're getting work done. We're getting work done.
Yeah,
And that's what it was there for.
I need a ring levy, dude.
What's the solution?
I know we have an allocation for drainage and, bond of 2 million that we set aside for drainage.
Mhm.
I could see it coming out of that allocation because I know us doing it in-house, we're saving money from going out with a contractor. It's just, we're gonna have to commit to having more operators. If we're gonna be using this machine that often, we're gonna need more operators for our regular work. I mean, I got drainage projects that have touched them yet, that need to be touched.
You were thinking it's gonna make some money, set a drive, but that $2
Set aside for
million.
drainage projects.
Make the motion, let's go.
How much? How many months?
Well, we gotta go
No,
out
just
first.
do the, just do the.
Do the bid.
You're gonna go out for your 30-day bid, right?
You gotta do the rental first.
Well, you can do the rental for
For
one
what's
more
coming out of
month,
here.
for one more month,
For 1 month.
1 month.
And that's how it go, Mesa Bond.
I make a motion that we, pull the 7,800 out of the drainage allocation and the Gomesa bond funds to cover rental for 1 additional month while we go out for bid.
Got a motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 12, discuss sweeping of parish ditches and funding sources for rental of dump trucks.
I'd buy 2 dump trucks out of that same money.
So that's, I mean, I was gonna probably end up getting to that, but, we all know the ditches in the parish haven't been swept in a while. Some of them have partially been done. I wanna try to get them all done. But to get them all done with 2 crews and actually logistically make it work, we would have to rent trucks to keep these machines moving. The 2 trucks we have would not be able to keep up. They can't keep up with 1 excavator, much less 2. And in discussion, I got 3 email quotes from trucking companies for day rents. I'm not sure if that's good enough. Like for federal procurement, I know I spoke to Leroy about it. I just know it would be needed for us to actually tackle them. Start them. We would cease putting down culverts for a while, then we would try to tackle all of them. But it would take rented trucks,
How much is a dump truck?
like for purchase.
Yeah, why would you rent?
I can't call, I don't know. What was the last one? The Western Star was the last one.
$50,000.
Yeah.
We hired 80 now, probably.
180?
About 80?
How many trucks we got there?
We have
Yeah,
two
why rent when you can
roadworthy,
buy it?
What's
two,
wrong with
two,
the third one?
two 14-yard roadworthy, 1 7-yard.
We have 3 dump trucks back there total?
Well, there's one that I wouldn't put it on the road, the old white
Get rid of
DT4.
Yeah, surplus it.
So we need
Whatever,
to
whatever we're not using, let's get rid of.
Yeah, I'm currently right now working on a list with Miss Kim that is 75%.
get a hard number on a new truck.
Get 2 of them.
Do we have enough people to operate them?
Nope.
So why get the equipment if we can't operate?
Yeah, and that's like right now, we could, to tackle work at the rate y'all want it done, I gotta bring on like 3 or 4 people, at least. And then put trucks in and let them, and have machines for them to use also.
All right, so we don't go that route, we go the other route, we rent.
What's the daily rate rental that you got?
For triax,
Triax,
$7.25. For truck and driver,
it's 10 hours?
Did it on 8.
$25 a day?
I did it on 8.
3 hours.
All right. From every job all out, that'd be part of your, work up. Yeah, yeah.
Say that again, Mr. Chair?
So any big jobs such as mine, that you're using rental trucks.
Mhm.
Yep. Every job every job you got on the books right now, you're okay with using it in-house. You trying to say anything further?
So, well, really, so the sweeping the ditches, I mean, we would make that drainage projects. I was just looking for funding to get trucks for, let's say, a month and see where we go. With them working 4 days a week.
So we use
It's like I said, see how much we can tackle it in 30 days.
That's sweeping our dishes.
No part of that, I recommend going in that $2 million kitty.
Not for sweeping the ditches. That should be something that we do, that should be budgeted and constantly doing. You know, the
Like I
other
said,
one
it's-
is for these larger.
The reason
drainage
it's so bad
projects.
right now because the maintenance hasn't been done in years.
Years. And it's so, look, I can tell you, two dump trucks and 1 excavator on the street, depending on where you're at, it's a stretch coming back to Ezekiel Street to dump.
Whenever you in PFR, don't come back.
Listen, notice what I'm saying, we got the Family Street place. By Lewis, me and Ira talked about Muriel Street, they wanna build that up too. I'm trying to think of which in y'all wards have a place that could take dirt that belongs to the parish. But that's what we run into, is having to go back to Ezekiel Street on these far runs. I talked to Mr. Michael about trying to work something out with farmers or residents, but I would have to get with him more on it because some of our ditches are in the parish right away, some of them are owned privately. So it would be some paperwork that I think we get lost in the weeds in, but trying to make it logistical for 2 trucks and a machine, it's a stretch, and we could work and get stuff done, it just wouldn't be at a quick rate.
You got a crew that's doing that now?
No. Saying that, I mean, like the three people that are working on a levy, like two of those could have been doing it, or let's say 3.
One of them needs to be in the long range machine.
Right, so,
Knock
yeah,
him out.
correct, but like, so that one with the excavator and the bulldozer both working at the same time, I mean, like I said, that's 2 guys that they could have been doing that. So, and that's on every one of those big projects, not just yours, it just, you tie up 3 people doing it, we getting that work done, of course, which is great, but again, we're just losing time on other stuff. So it's, like I said, if we looking for a funding source to rent some trucks, if not, we'll do it with the 2 we have, and then we'll just cease putting down culverts for a while to try to make some headway on across the parish doing it.
I don't know what y'all want to do.
You know what you got right now, I guess.
All right, for now, we just, continue to use parish equipment. All right, no action. 12. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries, meeting adjourned.
We'll get the finance committee meeting brought to order. Let the record reflect all members are present except for Mr. Carter. Request approval to pay list of bills submitted through August 23rd, 2024. Motion by Mr. Nakam. Second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of budget comparison statements for July 2024.
They are presented in your packets, no plan of action at this time.
Motion to accept from Mr. Nakam. Second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval for president to sign the health services agreement with Correct Health for jail medical care for period covering 11/1/2024 to 12/31/2025.
This is for actual approval of the contract. You all approved to go that route last meeting. This is the actual contract the ADA has reviewed. So we're presenting it for president's signature. We're starting in November 1st. And it's gonna be a 13-month contract, so we can just finish on 12/31. ADA and I did discuss that it's a 30-day. It's an automatic renewal contract with 30-day notice, so if we choose to not continue this, we would have to let them know prior to 90 days. 3 months?
You can do it in 90 days.
Yeah, 90 days, 3 months. So just an FYI.
Motion by Mr. Alcorn to approve the president's signature for the contract. Second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval to have an appraisal done for the Laverdale Ballpark property.
Yeah, I want to get an up-to-date appraisal on that property and take it out by restoration fund. Make a motion for that.
You just get an appraisal, so you don't get an appraisal.
See what?
Don't we have to, I would think we would declare it surplus before we would intend to sell it, all right?
Yeah, we-
Just moving forward with getting an estimated appraisal, an up-to-date appraisal. It's not putting into effect anything other than that.
I'll make a motion on that.
The motion on the floor with Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor? I oppose that. Request approval of 2-year contract with Fontenot Benefits and a
Actuary.
consulting for post-employment benefits analysis with an annual fee of $3,500.
This is a contract that we have to enter into every 2 years for actuary services for for retirement benefits. It is a requirement. It's $3,500 per year.
Motion by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval for a 12-month lease extension for the postage machine.
Currently, we pay $138.63 per month. This approval for a 12-month extension is gonna be currently $122.99. And this renewal is gonna be for $138.63 per month. I do recommend that.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Mathern,
Second.
second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Review and consider the rate study report for the Consolidated Sewer District Improvements Project.
You should have some handouts in front of you. Then we'll go ahead and discuss what our proposing here.
Yeah, we can. So we had a couple conference calls last week to discuss the potential increase. So there are a few factors that we consider. Right now, we're currently transferring in about $125,000 a year from general fund to the sewer districts to cover expenses. The current rate across all sewer districts is $24 per month. So we looked at the factors that we need to consider is, doing our sewer count audit to make sure that everybody that's hooked up to the system is actually paying. That's one. We looked at the addition of the new customers on the new system that's at, that'll be at Ewell, Virginia. So basically what this rate study does is it wants to make sure that the parish is solvent in the project before they approve the funding. So we looked at two options to increase the sewer rate. First option is for $30 a month. And you can see on the highlighted line under general fund transfer.
On the backside.
So first year transfer out of general fund basically remains unchanged because the sewer system won't be installed until and go in effect until 2026. Their estimated installation is last quarter of 2025. So the new rate would go into effect with the new systems put in place. So that would, at a cost of $10 per month, would drop the general fund transfer from 123 to 59,000. And then you can see the progressive years after for escalation in their expenses in their calculation. That's how the increase would occur. And that is with a 3% increase in year 3, a 3% increase in year 5. So they did every other year.
A dollar basis.
Right. So the next option, option 2 that we considered was $33 a month, which would be a $9 increase per month. And you see the first year of the general fund is reduced to 108,000, and then the subsequent year 2 would be 44.9. And so it's where we're gonna see that's, it's a direct correlation between how much we're charging and how much is coming out the general fund.
And that's per year?
I'm sorry, yes, that's the annual transfer, that's correct. So, as part of that call, Ron let us know that he contacted some residents that are connected to private sewers, and their rates vary between $33 and $36 a month, correct?
Right, correct.
Right, so,
This is just a break even.
well, it actually isn't breaking
It ain't
even.
breaking
because-
even. Well, we're softer than the glove.
So the initial thing that we wanted to do was how we got to the $30. We wanted to know how much we would have to raise it to cut the general fund hit in half. To make some gains there. So
So we
Oh.
put the general fund transfer maxed out at 75,000.
So what we need to do is make a commitment to increase the rate to, in agreements with this plan, so that the sewer project can move forward.
And y'all correct me if I'm wrong, if y'all got something different out of the phone call. I basically recall asking them either one of these options, whichever one we chose, did they feel that that would be acceptable and the funds could move forward? And nobody really answered that. I don't know if they were the ones to answer it or not, as far as the funding
No,
source.
I think it could move forward. It's up to the jury to make the commitment to
Yeah,
No,
to
but
subsidize
if
it.
the funding source accepts it.
yeah, I think we're gonna get the funding source regardless. I think we had to have something in place to show, send back to the water
Okay.
sector people to say, hey, look, they do have a plan in place. This is a forecast, a hard forecast for us. Who say we may not have to go up $1 within the next year or every other year. After these sewer treatment plants are up and running, I hope we don't have to spend hardly nothing within the next 5 to 7 years, because everything will be brand new, right? So hopefully we should be able to have some capital going in there.
But these numbers are showing.
Well, I mean, it's a forecast,
No,
so
so the-
that's all it is. It's a hard
the-
forecast.
The expenses are constant. So the expenses that we've been having for outside services, the plumbers to come fix the system, is factored in as a yearly expense. They didn't deduct that expense moving forward.
Buying
So
pumps, buying.
there should be
motors.
some savings that we'll see there, but they're only using our past billings to go on.
You live it off like $35.
No, that's too much. No, we just,
I got.
but hold up. We just hit our residents with a $2 increase for mosquitoes. We're going back into some of these same neighborhoods, and yes, we know why we are where we are right now, because our sewer treatment plants need this upgrade. They need it. So yes, we know we have to come up and put a little bit more, pay a little bit more. So that's going from 2 and then another 9, that's $11. We are taxing our people in less than 3 to 4 months. That's a lot, dude. That's a lot. So and this increase doesn't take effect until the plants are up and running. Okay? But this is something that we have to do. And guess what? We're making this decision for this as it pertains to transfers for sewer districts. Trust me, at the next couple of meetings where we're transferring monies to cover other stuff, we're gonna start tackling it. We're gonna start tackling it. So I got a motion on the floor,
Wait,
Mr.
wait,
Chair.
Ray, Ron, slow down. Look at option number 1. I see a problem with this because we have a consolidated sewer district. So the key about the consolidated sewer district is that every individual district must be assessed the same fee. So look at you, Virginia, who come online in 2026. They have them assessed at a different rate. That's a problem. We have to assess all districts the same.
So there's all 33 from
That's
what
what
I'm
we had.
seeing.
No, look at the other one. Look at option
Yeah,
1.
That's an error in their calculation.
I think so.
No. The 3410?
No, look at the last line right here. Look. So that
Oh, okay,
their
yeah,
revenues are gonna be overstated on this option 1. So that means our transfers in could be more. Could be more because this is too much. We can't have one district paying $3 and $4 more than the other.
Yeah, that's probably a typo on their part.
That may be a typo, but those numbers are calculated based on that.
Well, you in Virginia ain't coming online until 2026 when the plan is up.
I understand, but they have to be paying the same thing as the other residents when they do come online.
Right, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
No matter what that figure is.
Right.
Right now, in this proposal, it shows them paying $3 more. That can't happen.
So, and it goes to another thing. I know there was an email that went out to you, Mr. Paul, and your department. It was some conversations that, we had as it pertains to trying to identify, the residents that are not, that, I don't wanna say not paying. In every sewer district, I don't know if this is, I don't know if this is something we can get from the assessor's office to where a map can be drawn for each sewer district. Each property has a parcel number. If there's a structure on that property and they got lights on, we need to,
There's actually the Joseph Saba's office has a map of every structure during proposed drainage, when they did the maps. That's where I get the maps from, to see who's in every district. I currently have Ms. Carroll working on it right now. I have a list from the water plant that shows everybody that's paying sewer. So we just have to go down that list and put those addresses together. Me and husband have to go ride and see. It's gonna be a little tedious, but we're working on that right now to find out people that are not paying. That's being worked on.
Right, so the other part of that we discussed was having everyone that's in that sewer district be charged for sewer, whether they're connected or not. I mean, everybody has to pay garbage whether they use it or not.
You can't prorate it. Everybody, if you're in that district, you should have to pay for it.
Right. So that would increase our number of users in some of these areas, because only the ones that wanted to be connected at the time were connected.
I think there's a state law, Justin. If you're in a sewer district, you're required to pay. You have to be required to be on that system.
Supposed to connect.
That's correct. You cannot have a choice.
Everybody should be connected.
That's correct.
to the system. You know some that's not?
I think if any jurors know some that is not, give us that information.
Well, when we put a charge on them, they'll come forward.
Mr. Carter indicated that he knew quite a few in the
He said
Bertramville
about,
district.
Maybe 15 to 20.
What's that?
They're
supposed to be connected if they're in a certain range of the plan.
I got a motion on the floor.
What option?
Two.
We got a motion on the floor, Mr. Alcorn, that we select option 2 for submission to the water sector grant for approval. Second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Motion adjourned by Mr. Nakam. Need a second? Second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Meeting adjourned.
Personnel committee meeting started. Let the record reflect that all members are present, except Mr. Carter. Item number one, rescind motion from August 14th, 2024, pursuant to the approval recommendations from the parish manager relative to personnel changes.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Ponville,
Second.
second by
Oh, I'm
Mr.
not on
McDermott.
that.
Say,
Not on that.
Second by Mr. Nakane. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passed. Item number two, reconsider approval recommendations from parish manager relative to personnel changes, including any and all restructuring, employment status, organizational chart, update, job description, pay grade, and effective date for any such changes.
Mr. Chair, would you like to go into executive session? Is it possible? Mr.
Yes, that's fine, if that's what you want, no issue.
Motion by Mr. Alcorn.
Well, I'm not on the committee.
Is it
Motion.
necessary based on
Is it-
everything that we need to
something-
discuss, or?
Yes.
It is?
Yes,
Okay.
motion. to go into
Motion by
executive.
Mr. Ponville, second by Mr. Nakane. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah. Motion to re-enter regular session.
Motion by Mr. Blanchard.
Second.
To re-enter, second, by Mr. Naka, all in favor?
Aye.
We entered back in, regular session.
Okay, the police jury discussed the recommendations from the parish manager. General foreman Pat Fleming will remain as is. Current general maintenance supervisor Dwayne Broussard will move to a general maintenance worker at a grade 5, step 16 and a half. 16 and a half. Brian Blankenship, current assistant parish manager, will move to general foreman maintenance. No change in pay or grade. Mr. Russell Joa, currently the general maintenance worker, will move to quality control inspector and general maintenance worker. A grade 5, step 38, department is going to be 50% road and bridge, 50% drainage. Drainage supervisor Kent Bro will be moved to a general foreman, road and bridge, grade 8, step 23. Current equipment operator 3, Paul Abear, will move to a general foreman drainage, grade 8, step 23. And the job descriptions will be added to the organizational structure. There are 3 new job descriptions: an equipment operator 1B, 2B, and 3B. And those are going to mirror the equipment operators 1, 2, 3 currently in the manual. However, the 1B, 2B, and 3B will for those employees that do not have a CDL. Okay, and then there is a new quality control inspector and general maintenance worker job description that has also been approved. We already had this one. And the general maintenance supervisor job description that is currently in the manual will be revised to reflect general foreman maintenance. And, all of these changes will be effective September 6th with a 6-month probationary period for all.
You just need a motion for that.
Motion by Mr. Naka. Second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passed. Item number 3, request approval for position change of for employee from equipment operator 1 to equipment operator 2.
Right, this is a current equipment operator 1 who has passed his additional testing. So he will now upgrade to equipment operator 2, grade 5, step 18, again, effective September 6th.
Motion by Mr. Palmdale, second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passed. Motion to adjourn. Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Naka, all in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
Oh, road bridge, okay, man. We'll go ahead and get started with the road and bridge committee meeting. Let the record reflect, all members are present except for Mr. Carter. 3 items on the agenda. Number 1, update on requests for Cajun Street.
Yeah, we put it on, we have asked to get a
Well,
report on, give it a survey.
To mark out the
Market
boundary lines.
boundary. I think we got a price of what,
I think it was
$1,200?
$1,500.
$1,500?
I do,
Those GIS?
Yes, GIS.
that's in the packet.
No, we don't have it.
I think it might have been on the regular meeting.
I'd like to make a motion to get.
You don't have nothing in the file? No, I don't have
Given
nothing in the
it.
file. No, I mean, we gotta get a hard copy of this.
Wonder why it wasn't sent. You mean, you didn't get it?
I got it in the email. I thought it was in here. All right, could just get it approved, next meeting.
Yeah, we'll just table it till the next meeting. All right, we're gonna table item number 1. Item number 2, update on road overlay program. See, Mr. Palmville put that on, but Mr. Sawai is here. He can, give us an update.
Good evening. Yes, well, good news and okay news and not great. Good news is the contractor did mobilize back into the parish and was paving again on South Bay Road. They pretty much completed the paving on South Bay Road yesterday. We still have shoulder dressings and some cleanup work to do. Mr. Palmer was out there, so, and we met. He is now mobilized to Bayou Drive. When we went to Bayou Drive, there's some culverts that were being changed or had been changed by the parish. He was planning on being back to pave today. However, with those culvert changes, we want to go ahead and get those patched he wanted, the contractor went ahead and put in a one call because we have to do that for his protection and ours, for him to do that. So he went ahead and made those one calls in. I sent somebody out. We measured the areas. We have enough money in the budget to cover those patches. So it's just a short delay. It shouldn't be long, but he will be back out to resume those patches and then the paving that was proposed for Bayou Drive. From there, he should be mobilizing over to Woodlawn. And then that will complete or close out according to all of the plans that we have. My inspector in the field, Brian, was to start getting with you all individually as of last week. Unfortunately, due to some personal health issues, he was out of the office, so he's back now. I've tasked him with reaching out to you individually so that we can go over the punch listed items that we have in each of your wards, what has been completed, what's not completed, what needs to be addressed, so that we can go ahead and monetize that and
They never
get
came
it.
back.
What's that?
They never came back to any board for the project.
Exactly. I fully understand that. When I say that, I know that there are still outlying items that you and I met on Seraphin Alita Street, okay? I'm aware of that. This is the documentation of that it has not been completed so that we can move to the next step and give you the proper indication on how to move forward.
That's the bad news.
Well, the bad news is, the contractor's not done yet. And with that, he has not, I have a request to him to provide the test data and so forth so that we can begin finishing these punch lists and have in our hands something to, say, hey, look, you got X amount of days, you don't get it done, we're withholding this money and moving forward. So it's not terrible news. It's just another push down the road, but we want to get our ducks in a row, get everything documented so that we can give you a proper recommendation on moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Item number 3, request approval to fix pothole on Bayou Drive and Kirk Street. Bill?
I'll put this on the agenda. If y'all look in y'all package, y'all had a picture. This is on Bayou Drive at Kirk Street. I sent out a text with this picture to Aaron and Brian back on May 16th. And as of today, it's still not fixed. I mean, we're talking about months. On July 10th, they had a bicycle accident that took place and a woman got severely injured there. But it wasn't this particular hole, it was one right before this, but this one here, like I said, probably got about a 5-inch drop in it and we need it fixed. I don't know why it's not getting fixed. I didn't send the picture twice to them. So when can y'all take care of this, Eric?
I'll get back and look at my office and see if we look, I guess the second we finish with the drainage project, we'll go take care of it.
Just send somebody out there tomorrow with 2 bags and a vibrator and pass over the hole. It's not hard.
Okay.
Or I'll pick up the bags tomorrow and do it myself.
Is that gonna fix the problem or is it just gonna pacify it?
Do anything for now so someone don't get injured on a bicycle again.
So, Mr. Potterville, there was a brief discussion, between, Mr. Blanchard and I, and it's so ironic you brought up a pothole item. And this is a conversation that I said Leroy and I had, And I think it's a good idea, if all of us, there's a lot of potholes throughout our wards. I think, if all of us can go and ride our wards within the next 2 weeks and identify all our potholes and have a list, give it to the parish manager, not for him to fix it, but let's get some quotes on, to see how much a contractor will cost us to fix that. And maybe, you don't have the manpower to be fixing potholes every day. We just came out of the meeting, so.
How many bags of asphalt we have left there? How many pallets?
I'm not sure.
Do we have any left?
I think we have some, I'd just be lying if I told you the amount.
Put coal mix in it as a temporary solution.
This is
to
not the
fix
cold
this.
mix. This is a new, material that Paul had ordered some time back. It seems to be working pretty good.
Okay, I know some of the areas that I have are gonna have to be ground and patched and rolled. It's not a small area like this, but the whole road doesn't need to be done. And that's what we had spoke about a couple meetings ago, was having a contractor come and just fix those parts of the road. I think putting bags on this would be a temporary problem, but we gotta figure out why there's a sinkhole there.
Yeah.
You know, there's something happened under the
I
road.
think there was a
right?
water leak at one time.
There's a couple of spots too on Bayou Drive that, cypress knees have came up and actually basically cracked the asphalt out of the way.
But those areas I think need to be repaired.
I need some asphalt in this hole tomorrow.
Don't disagree with that, but I'm just saying,
Put some in there.
it's gonna need more attention
Yeah, later
beyond
on.
tomorrow.
Yeah. Down the road, it's
Like
gonna need
that
some
for a few
attention.
months. I need some material.
So, while we're in the road and bridge meeting, what are your thoughts about that? I would say with the, at our last meeting in September, that we all, if we have some potholes, on our parish road and we identify them, let's have that list, and, at that last meeting in September, let's provide that list to the parish manager. At the same time, can you start working, to see if there's any contractors out there? And once we provide the list, they can give us some quotes and we'll go from there.
I'll reach out to the same ones I did for, Cypress Street.
There's no major item on the agenda, but this is just talk, but
We need to get some done.
I think,
We all got a little bit to do, the patch,
So
we got all the patch.
your issue on Kirk Street that's on the agenda, is that
I mean, they can do that
Similar
with the
or-
road
It's
and
at the
bridge.
corner of Bayou Drive and Kirk Street. This is on the corner of Bayou Drive and Kirk Street.
okay?
So by the second meeting of September, if y'all have any issues like this, let's get a list together and provide it to the
They
parish
got a
manager.
quorum on occasion.
Only one contractor responded so far. The other two are just waiting to go.
Are we all in agreement?
Yeah,
Agreements with that?
wait on prices.
Other than that, no action,
Motion to adjourn.
motion to adjourn got a motion by Mr. Blanchard, can I get a second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Meeting adjourned.
We call engineering grants committee meeting order, reflect all committee members are present and rest of the chairman except Mr. Carr. First item is from GIS engineering. Delmore Street, Bertrandville drainage, Bell Rose, and Constant Canal.
Good afternoon, I'm Dwayne Vayon with GIS. Mr. Lusky couldn't make it today, so I'll provide the updates. As far as Joe Lamore, Bertrandville, Bell Rose, and also Plottonville, we met with Mr. Pat Gordon last week, GIS and him, and got the cost reasonableness proposals to him, which dictates our fees and our services. In regards to the Constant Canal, the project's still moving along track. Survey's been completed, and we're currently moving into the hydraulic modeling this week. We're working out some boundary issues with the model from the state. We should have that worked out and completed, the hydraulic modeling on schedule as provided, to determine the canal section, and then we're gonna submit our updated proposal to complete the project by mid-November.
All right.
Any questions?
Could you spell your last name?
Vayon, V is in Victory, EILLON.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Dwayne, appreciate it. Yes, sir. Next update from, the Planet Design Group on Gerald Street levy and ring levers in Fairport Bell River.
Good evening, Joe Guillory, DEG. The Highway 7, last week I reported we had the OCM permit, that we would receive the core permit by Friday. Unfortunately, it still hasn't come. We talked with the Corps and they said it's pending. So we don't expect it much longer, but 4 times, sometimes a little different. So, the Gerald Street, we had made some changes when we met, to kind of modify the permit. We got a little bit of pushback from, OCM. We were having to narrow the top width of the containment of the levee to match what we can defend in a geotech. The argument for access wasn't accepted. It's not gonna be substantial. Instead of being 12 feet, it's gonna be 8 feet. Plus you're gonna have the bench on the side that you can travel transportation. So even though we decreased the wetland impacts, they still don't want to give it to us in that. So we're modifying it. The trade-off with that is, they agreed that we don't need the HMIA 3, the other component that we had requested. We have to basically write a letter and defend it. It's an HMIA 1. We are in the process of doing that, and we submitted the alternatives analysis. So we're hopeful that in about a month, we should have the OCM permit in hand and waiting on the Corps. So,
Cultural.
we have the guys ready to go. We're actually still waiting, on your team, for the PO to release us. So they're ready to go though.
Is that something we have, Brandon, that we have to do a cost analysis on or something?
Was that,
The cultural study that we approved in the last meeting.
You had signed the paper last meeting.
that was the amendment 3. I did the cost analysis on
Okay.
before we,
So I know I signed it, but I just wasn't sure if we were good to go.
Yeah.
Can you send us?
send you a copy.
All right,
yes.
cool. Thanks. And that's it.
Yeah, we're on core and off of the Gerald Street.
The Gerald,
Yeah.
the Corps.
The-
So once we have OCM, then Corps will follow, you know, so the Corps didn't seem to have significant issues with anything. It was more of a wetland issue from OCM. We're gonna get the state one before the Corps. So once the state signs off and says we're good, then the Corps will start moving. So you gotta satisfy them first.
Naturally. Any other questions? Thank you, Joe.
Thank you all.
Yes, sir. Next up, we get an update from Infinity Engineering on Parish-wide sewer plant improvement projects.
Yes, sir.
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we hear you. Well,
There's no change from last week. I know we had our meeting on Friday. I gave Richard at New Gen everything he was asking for. That's about it.
Mr. Bryan, we now have an approved plan by the jury to submit to New Gen so they can start presenting their package together. So we not sure what the turnaround is after that, but it should start moving.
Well, that's good news because we're ready to go.
we'll get that to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Next update from the grant coordinator. Request approval and authorization for the president to sign the 2023-2024 Community Water Enrichment Fund Contract in the amount of $140,000.
Yes, that's for the, waterworks, for the, rehabilitate the, elevated water storage tanks.
Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Mathern, second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Next item, request approval to accept the highest score for engineering services, complete LWI Bayou St. Vincent Round 2 project and authorize for president to sign pending cost analysis.
Chair, I'll make a motion that we take the scores under advisement. I'd like to, meet with the scoring team to review the complexity of the project to make sure that the technical aspects were considered in the scoring, and then, we can revisit it at a later date.
Motion, On the right, second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, request authorization for president to sign letter requesting an extension for the modeling H&H study and application for LWI Bayou St. Vincent Round 2 project.
Yes, I'm requesting an additional extension, for the H&H study and the completed application due to the procurement process being delayed.
Motion by Mr. Diaz,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Anything else?
I also received the contract for title insurance for Shell Beach, and I will get Mr. Calabro to review that.
Right.
The property, the U of Virginia property was staked out, so I will get with Mr. Trent Bigler with Central Appraisal so he can do his appraisal.
Good.
Once the appraisal come in, we still have to, that's being donated, or
Which property?
The U of Virginia.
that's
Not
donated?
purchased.
Huh?
Just
No.
purchased.
Purchase.
It's being purchased? Okay.
Yes.
Will we have to get another, what we call that, land title opinion and all that stuff?
That's the title insurance.
That's the title.
That's
right.
it right there?
Title
All right,
insurance.
okay, all right, okay. So we're closing the gap.
Can we get approval to sign it pending ADA review? Is that okay with that? So we don't have to wait another 2 weeks
Yeah, let's move.
for the title insurance?
That's fine. So we make
Make a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Title insurance for the
Shell Beach
Shall be property.
property.
motion by Mike, second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, that's it. Next, update from South Central Planning Development Commission, Mr. Pat Gordon.
Thank you. Pat Gordon, South Central Planning Director. Handed out a list of some of the projects and the updates. Everything that's highlighted in yellow has changed from the listing that was given to y'all on the previous meeting. And just to start off with the Platteville drainage project, of course, the bids have been accepted. I think the state has also accepted those bids, and we're currently putting together the cost analysis. I had promised y'all last week to get that to y'all, or 2 weeks ago. I submitted those, and they were rejected by your auditor because
You reject.
we didn't utilize the correct source. And so
There was basically a form, a project cost estimate form that was submitted after we received a bid, and there was no documentation to back up that form.
So what's the time delay on the form?
well, I
Together,
was
or
to
what-
understand it was the source, not the form.
Right, the documentation, the source, to back up the
Okay,
information.
Because
put
I
in that
came up
form.
with the estimate and that was inappropriate, I understand.
Well, it's inappropriate to come up with an estimate after you have the cost figures in front of you with the
Okay.
proposal.
So what I've done is I got in touch with the design engineer, and he's gonna develop the cost estimate. And instead of myself, so, I mean, would that be the proper source?
If there's documentation, yours could have been accepted if there was documentation as to what you used to come up with those figures.
Okay, well,
Not
he-
just
he tells
putting
me
figures on
he's
the
gonna have
form.
documentation.
If he has documentation, if you
support
have
his figures.
documentation, it would be.
And the design engineer has agreed to that. I just gave it to him today.
Mhm.
All right, just to let you know, because this was basically rejected yesterday. So we're gonna have to wait another 2 weeks, and hopefully it'll be in order
Right.
in 2 weeks. Also, he's gonna be working on the other 3 GIS Davis-Bacon contracts as well, proposals. And so I think GIS just mentioned that. Did you want to say something?
I was just gonna, in support of what he said, he provided those documents to us today. Now that I've had only a few minutes to review them, but I can tell you, we have the documents that we went out to bid. So we have the bid documents, plus we have our original cost proposal, our
It's not
estimate.
for construction. It's
I'm
not for
aware.
construction.
I'm aware, but it's not just construction, but the professional fees as well.
Mhm.
So where he's coming from and the documentation that he needs to support him is we need to show cost reasonableness for the figures that were received from GIS. In order to do that, I can provide him from a professional engineering standpoint, what the allowances of the state are under the state fee curve and.
Brianna, you just need one additional firm? Because that's what the rate, that's what the cost analysis is.
Yeah.
Looking at another firm to compare to what was received, just one other? Correct.
And so we're gonna assist him in doing that, providing that documentation and the backup that would support it and where those fees came from. That should suffice to have his cost analysis be approved.
Thank you.
All right, so,
Next meeting, Joe.
Yes, sir.
all right,
We
so,
good, we good.
and I appreciate the input from, Kim and the auditor. You know, we want to get this right at the.
We're not
beginning.
trying to delay any project. We're trying to make sure it's done correct.
Yeah,
I'm good with
There's
that.
too much money on the line to have
Yeah,
to
I'm
pay
good with
back
that.
late.
I just, and I appreciate y'all efforts,
I'm good with
okay?
that.
All right, I believe the rate study for the water sector grant has been submitted. I believe they submitted that to y'all. And we listened in on a couple of Zoom meetings regarding that water sector grant application. On the two TAP grants, items 5 and 6, we do have a representative now from DOTD, and we're just waiting on the state funding on those TAP grants. The Shell Beach project, waiting on a contract from Tommy Dagg's office on the title insurance, I believe.
That's what she just spoke about.
And you got it?
Yeah, we just have to get the, legal to.
Okay, so that can be handled. Also, the Resilient Communities Infrastructure grant, the contract's been signed. Recovery proposal is due November 30th, 2024. I have Leanne with me. She's going to get up and talk a little bit about. Leanne Rucker is one of our planners. She's handling a couple of the grants for Assumption, and she's just going to go over what's going to be necessary for submittal before November 30th, working with Paul and the contacts at OCD.
Yes, for the program recovery proposal, there's a template to use to put it together, but they also want a list of your projects, it prioritized, which one you would want at the top, you know, highest priority at the top. So I wanted to make sure we have that, and then we'll also need the citizen participation information to go along with that. And of course, there will need to be a resolution for the submission of the recovery proposal when it's put in. So that'll be, again, it'll be due November 30th. So we're ready to get it rolling.
Sooner the better.
Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Leanne. Thank you. And also, just to go on, I believe that Mr. Leroy Blanchard had requested an energy efficiency grant for the community center. We've already reached out to Maria Joseph for a project description and her latest quotes that she might have had. I don't know how current those are. I haven't heard back from her yet.
I think she's gonna have to get some new quotes, because they, yeah.
Okay, I haven't heard back from her,
They
but
weren't
I've
current.
only just reached out to her, so. And here's some really good news. The last thing I always like to end on the best news is, we just got a grant from, another grant from BetNet in Lumcom for $200,000. And if you remember, I came to y'all a couple of years ago with, the same type of grant to assist residents along by Lafourche for their mechanical treatment plants or their cesspools or whatever. If they were failing, we were able to provide them money. And the way it was set up, the first round of this funding, it was about $250,000. The first round was that we would pay 100% of the first $1,000. And then after that, however much it cost, up to $4,000, we cover $50,000. So we were able to change out a lot of cesspools that were operating poorly and letting individuals put in mechanical treatment plants. They just had to put in 50% of the cost after the first $1,000, and we covered the first 1,000.
Well, this grant, and one of the problems we had, was low to moderate income families couldn't afford the match. So we had a number of, structures that, especially in LaFood, especially in, Assumption, that couldn't meet the match, so they weren't able to participate in the program. So in getting together with Andrew Barron at BetNep, he says, why don't we do another phase strictly for, LMI, participants and put up 100% up to $4,000. So so this will be $200,000. It'll be for, along by Lafourche, for Lafourche, Assumption, and Ascension. And, this time it'll be up to $4,000 and 100% funding. They will have to bring in proof of income, just like you would any other, CDBG grant, on an individual, assistance basis. And, so we're ready to, start up with that. And just to let you know, last time, the last round, Assumption got almost 50% of the funding. In fact, it was 62 homes in Assumption were impacted by the last grant. And I believe that, Assumption is probably going to get 70% of this 200,000.
Do you have some type of flyer or something that maybe our
We haven't
special
started
programs
yet.
department?
We just got the contract
Okay.
signed. That's gonna be part of it. We had flyers for, Via Lafourche before. We even had a billboard on Via Lafourche. And, so we're looking forward to this. It worked out real well last time. And it looks like BetNet wants to continue this type of water quality, grant in the future, all over Assumption, Lafourche, Terrebonne. And so we're looking forward to that because, Via Lafourche is our drinking water. And, Ben Malbrew was instrumental back then in working with BetNep and getting this funding. He's no longer with them, of course, but, he kind of instituted this and we're going to carry it out. So that's all I have. Any questions?
No, that's
Uh,
Go ahead.
Mr. Carter asked, is there any upgrade, on Grant Park?
Leanne is handling that one. And, she was reaching out to OCD today and finding out if any,
Yesterday, Tracy Watts said that she was,
talk to the mic.
I corresponded with Tracy Watts at OCD, and she said she was mailing out the letters. I believe it was yesterday. So
But she wouldn't tell us it.
she wouldn't tell me, so. But
So we don't know.
she said she was signing the letters and sending them out, so,
Award letters?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So hopefully, and if not, we'll try again. I didn't have a lot of time last time, but I'd like to put more time into it if it's not, so.
Yeah, and again, OCD told us that really it was a good project. It was just too broad of a area that it impacted. And Leanne was able to shrink down the impacted area. And we hope that makes it'll make
And
the
they only
cut this time.
picked 2 projects last time, so that also really limited a lot of other applicants by only choosing 2.
I'll let him know. Thanks.
Thank you.
Did you have any update, from DOTD regarding the rec trails?
Yes, well, it's pretty much the same thing as I indicated to y'all before, is that they're waiting for one of the other trail grants to be completed before they'll start looking at additional, because right now Assumption has 4. And so when I talked to Michael Domingue, he said he would let me know when, they'd be able to get another trail grant for Assumption Parish.
No, this one has already been worked.
Okay.
It's item 3 on your list there.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
DOTD was selecting a consultant, but we've been
No, I haven't
sitting
heard
there
anything on the consult.
for a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And on
I
the
apologize.
BetNet, could you maybe inquire with them about having another tire cleanup in our area?
Tire cleanup?
Yeah, I know.
Fire camp nearby, yeah.
Yeah, they had one, a couple years ago, picked up nearly 1,000 tires, if not more. I know DEQ has a meeting coming up, in the next couple of days regarding illegal tire disposal in the parish. And I'm just wondering if BetNep could revisit the program that they had to collect tires.
I can reach out and find out. Certainly. That was DEQ, you said?
Well, DEQ is having a meeting, and I actually received an email this afternoon about it.
Can you forward that to me?
Sure.
I don't have that. If you send it to me, we'll go to the meeting. All right.
Just a
Yes.
generic question. Do you know right offhand when the gap applications are due and capital outlay?
Well, I know capital outlay is always due at the beginning of the year.
November.
I thought it was November.
November?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Just
Yeah.
we need to get our minds right to start
November. I
getting
think
ready
it's
for
every
that.
November.
Oh, okay. I've been working with a couple communities and they've been telling me,
What about, the gap, do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I do not. But I can find out if you'd like me to.
Yeah, if you do find out, shoot me an email so we can start getting some projects.
And I'll
going.
send you an email on both those dates.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else from Mr. Pat? Thanks, Pat.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Next item, update on Ag Center roof project.
Yes, we held a non-mandatory pre-bid conference today. We were receiving bids on September 11th. Unfortunately, no one showed up at the pre-bid conference. However, we have been in conversations with at least 3 or 4 contractors that have indicated that they are in fact bidding the project. So it's not uncommon that they don't show up to a non-mandatory.
Thank you. Update on courthouse renovations project.
We met on the 22nd, like we said, we had performed the inspections, but we have one more penetration to do, and that's gonna happen tomorrow.
Good.
We have to make an insert in the roof and so we can take some pictures of the rafters and whatnot. And then, like I said previously, it'd be about 3 weeks after that, but they estimated to get some turnaround. See what happens.
Thank you. Update and revised listing of fire department priorities relative to fire hydrants.
Yes, we received an updated list from the Napoleonville Fire Department as well as the Pierpont Fire Department. My office is gonna go ahead and reach out again to the remaining ones to prioritize the list that we did receive from the parish so that we can kind of narrow it down, because we know we only have 73 hydrants on the ground, and we want to try to turn around those plans as quickly as possible.
Our motion at the last meeting was to go with the original list. Has that changed?
Yeah.
So why are we still receiving
I
new
don't
lists?
remember that.
You don't remember that?
Original list, but
We had too much conflicting lists.
That's why we went to the original list. Pretty sure Mike made the motion.
And so with that said, I understand that, so we're prepared to move forward, but even Mike, everybody submitted.
that's just to go see what's on them, yeah.
Correct. But even the original list in the set of plans that were done, there are over 200 hydrant addresses that we are addressing, anything from there are repairs in there. We're trying to narrow it down to just from that original list, their top priority to get the 73 in.
Some are fixed.
So a lot of that they did take care of, and I'm appreciative that they sent me those lists, because then we can, if they've changed them already, then that's not time I need to send somebody out wasting. I can take that off the list and move forward.
You need to get these things,
Yeah,
sir.
Thank you.
reach back out to the
Yes.
chiefs.
Yeah, we're gonna reach back out to them. Like I said, we have 73 we know on the ground, so we're gonna kind of.
By next meeting, tell them we have to have.
Yes, sir.
Number 9, no action.
We did receive some email communication, like literally 3:55 before our meeting started, so.
All right. No update. No update.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
I call to order the regular meeting for Wednesday, August 28, 2024. Let the record reflect all members are present except for Mr. Carter. Prior to reading the pledge, I'd like us to have a moment of silence for Mr. Carter's father, who passed away this past week, Mr. Nathaniel Carter Sr. Thank you. God, who teaches us by sending the light of the Holy Spirit into our hearts, grant that by the light of that Spirit, right judgment may be ours, and that we may ever find joy in his guidance. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now accept any corrections for the minutes of August 14, 2024, if they have not been submitted to this point. We have no corrections. I'll ask for a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Alcorn,
Second.
second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Public comment period. At this time, we'll take public comment for any item on the agenda. Second call. Sure.
Thanks.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Chelsea Rodrigue, 178 Highway 1012, Napoleonville. I just have a quick question from one of those committee meetings. Did I understand that correctly? We're approving an appraisal using rec fund for the Lafayette Ballpark while it's being used right now? That's just a question you got, I guess.
Yes, that is the motion that passed.
Thanks.
I'm wondering if, is it for sale, the ballpark, or you plan on selling it?
Yes, I am planning so.
Why?
Why?
It was donated as a park.
That's right.
And if you want to sell, you should at least offer it back to the present people, the people that donated
I
it.
had conversation with him.
With whom?
I had with Mr. Howard Robichaud yesterday,
Yes.
and Mr. Gibbons, and Mr. Joey Robichaud. Yes, I have.
And what did they say?
All in favor?
Of what, selling it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Howard called me right before this meeting. That's not
I
true.
don't believe so.
I'm telling you.
I talked to him too.
I talked to him myself.
I talked to him a few
Thank
days
y'all.
ago and he told me, no way. He said that, so,
Any other public comment?
I'm totally against selling the park.
I expect you to. You're supposed to.
Drainage Committee report, Chairman Ponville.
Yes, sir. The Drainage Committee meeting was held this afternoon at 4 o'clock. All members were present besides Mr. Carter. We approved the sweep the South Loop Canal. We tabled that. We had a table.
Item number 3, I would like a discussion of that.
Right. What about number 2? On the Maury? Being that Joseph is here.
You can address both of them.
All right. Joseph, would you come up and address us on item number 2 and item number 3 on the drainage? Please.
Ponville, do you want to continue with the drainage report and we'll come back to these items
Yeah.
before concluding?
Right, so item number 4, we approve the additional funding on project 93-161 in an amount of $7,000. We approve to install 2 24-inch culverts, Virginia Street and Highway 1003. We approve to sweep the drainage canal of Rudy Burke levee. We tabled item 7, 8. We approved to the overage of $32,651 on revert levy. We approved to replace a collapsed culvert at 122 Teddy Street. We discussed the options relative to the long reach excavator. If we're gonna rent it for 1 more month at $7,800, and then we're gonna go to a 30-day bid, 30-day bid process for purchase, proven, and we, no action was taken on number 12. Joseph, you ready?
Yes, sir. All right, with the start of the update on the Monterey Drainage Project, we are moving forward with those plans and designs according to the updated scopes that we provided you. As we progress with those designs, we will be coming to the jury with a preliminary set of plans. The next item you had was update on Lower Texas and Himalaya Canal project. What you have before you is the outline of the Himalaya Canal and what we are proposing as phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 of the clearing and snagging of that canal from its beginning to the lake. Phase 1 would be from the lake back to the boat launch. And I'm going to try and zoom in on that as best we can, but phase 1 would be clearing and snagging of the canal from the lake to the boat launch. Phase 2 would be from the boat launch to the field, to the agricultural field line that you see there where it goes straight. And then of course, phase 3 is going to be the cleaning out of those field ditches and drains. Phase 3 may not actually require any DNR permitting as it is already an agricultural field. We will have to make certain that the right of ways and such are there. That is the permit application that we are moving forward with. You all approved the engineering fees to go after, that DNR/coastal use permit for the clearing and snagging of this canal. I just wanted to bring it to the jury that this is the scope of work that we are looking at. And wanted to make sure that if there were any questions, we can answer.
When did we approve that?
3 meetings ago?
I don't think we approved.
We
I
have
was-
the permits, so.
Just the permitting.
Just the permitting.
Just the permitting. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just the permitting, not the actual, this is the permitting. I'm sorry if I made that misunderstanding.
Not to exceed $5,000.
Correct.
The permit.
Yes, permitting.
Just for the snagging.
It's clearing and snagging. Yes, sir. As I understand it, the scope of the entire scope of that project would actually, excuse me. So to wait it out. But as I understand it, I think there's a deeper scope with that project that would go forward to LWI, if I'm not mistaken, but as far as what he wants, what Mr. Charles and what we're proposing to include in the Lower Texas project is just the clearing and snagging portion from the boat launch to the lake. And that's removing the trees, logs, trash, and other floatables in the thing without actually, we won't be able to do any excavation under a clearing and snagging permit. I don't think there's enough funds in your current Lower Texas budget to tackle that in any case.
Sid, any questions? I present all of this in form of motions.
Motion by Mr. Pineville,
Thank you.
second by Mr. Bro, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Finance Committee report, Finance Committee met. Today, all members were present except for Mr. Carter. We approved to pay the list of bills submitted through August 23rd, 2024. We approved the budget comparison statements for July 2024. We approved for the president to sign the health services agreement with Correct Health for jail medical care for a period covering 11/1/2024 to 12/31/2025. The committee approved to have an appraisal done for the Lavderville Ballpark. We approved for a 2-year contract with Fontenot Benefits and actuary consulting for post-employment benefits analysis with an annual fee of $3,500. We approved for a 12-month lease extension for the postage machine at a cost of $138.63 per month. We reviewed the rate study reports for the consolidated sewer district improvements and selected option 2 to be implemented at completion of the project.
Motion
Motion to accept the report by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Diaz. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I oppose to item number 4. I feel that any resident of the Lavderville area that wants to continue to utilize this park should have the option to do so.
Personnel Committee meeting, Chairman Diaz.
Personnel Committee met at 5 o'clock. All members were present except Mr. Porter. Item number 1, we received the motion from August 14th, 2024, pursuant to the approval of recommendations from the parish manager relative to personnel changes on the advice of legal counsel. Item 2, we approved the recommendation from parish manager relative to personnel changes, including any and all restructure, employment status, organizational chart update, job descriptions, pay grading, effective date, September 6th with a 6-month probation. And we approved position change from employee from equipment operator 1 to equipment operator 2, step 5, grade 5, step 18. Present this in form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Diaz,
Second.
second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Personnel Committee report accepted. Road and Bridge Committee report, Chairman Alcorn.
Yeah, Road and Bridge Committee met this afternoon. All members were present except for Mr. Carter. 3 items on the agenda. We tabled item number 1. We received an update from Mr. Savoy regarding our road overlay program. And Mr. Palmville, for item number 3, requested to have a pothole fixed on Bayou Drive and Kirk Street. I give you those items in the form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Bro. All in favor?
Make sure the Kansas Street back on the agenda for next meeting.
Agent Street.
Yes.
Opposed? Committee report accepted. Engineering Grants Committee report, Chairman Nakam.
Yes, Engineering Committee meeting met, all members of present except Mr. Carter. We had an update from GIS Engineering on Jolimore Street Drainage Project, Bertrandville Drainage Project, Melrose Lane Drainage, and Corsair Canal Project. We had an update from the Planners Design Group and on the Gerald Street Drainage Project, River. We had an update from Affinity Engineering on Parish-wide sewer plant improvement project. So an update from the conference coordinator. We approved the authorization for the president to sign the 2023-2024 Community Water Enrichment Fund contracts in the amount of $140,000. Request approval to accept the high school. We took that under advisement for the high school engineer service to complete the LWI value this amount 2 project. Next item, we request authorization for president to sign a letter requesting extension for the modeling and H&H study and application for LWI value this amount 2 project. And we also approved the title insurance for Shell Beach. Have the attorney look at that. And we had an update from South Central Planning Development Commission, update on Ag Center project, update the courthouse renovations project, and update on revised listing of fire department projects relative to fire hydrants. No action, tactical landing. All that in form of.
Motion by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Engineering Grants Committee report accepted. Introduction of candidacy for judge, 23rd Judicial District, Division F. Jennifer Prescott.
Well,
Hi, good evening, members of the council, members of the community. My name is Jennifer Prescott. I'm running for the new seat in the 23rd Judicial District Court that encompasses the parish of Ascension, Assumption, and St. James. I'm very happy that you are allowing me to be here with you tonight. I am always accused of being a little bit too short probably, but I know you guys have a lot of important stuff coming in here today. I just wanted to get out here, introduce myself. I will be here for the remainder of the meeting and a little bit after if anyone wants to chat with me. Otherwise, I can be reached at jgp4judge@gmail.com. I look forward to meeting with all of you and as many members of the community as possible in the upcoming months. The election is on November 5th. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Item 12, discuss future of Lavderville Ballpark. Ms. Chelsea Rodriguez.
Do I have to say my name and address again?
No.
Got it. Thanks. I guess after my first public comment, the conversation might change. We are actively using the ballpark and have been maintaining it since the first week of May. We have gotten a lot of volunteers and community support, business support. We have sold 35 sponsor signs for when we have our spring league start up. We are requesting that the ballpark, I'm just gonna change the conversation, not to be sold. And we are still currently using it, but we are at a standstill now, being that there are transactions and discussions of the ballpark being sold. And, you know, people are hesitant right now. We had to pump the brakes on our progress, but we have a lot of progress and a lot of community support. So again, please, can we not sell a public park from under our children to be sold privately? We don't have much for our children to do in the Ward 2 or 4 area. And that's one of the places that we were trying to revamp and revive to give back to the children in the community we once had when we were younger. I think that's all it. Anybody have any questions for me?
Last Thursday, you put a post out on social media that we was not pursuing the sale anymore and the potential buyers were not pursuing the potential sale. Where you got that information from?
The meeting we had with y'all and y'all asked us to go back to the ballpark and meet with the 3 buyers that I can name and hear them out. And we did, and we gave 24-hour, like, let's sit on and think about it. But we already had an answer before, but we gave them a good conversation. It was a nice conversation. And they assured us if we didn't want the park to be sold, that they would back off and support us keeping the park and the program and the vision that we had. So we walked away from the meeting that honesty and transparency was happening. And I sent an email to every one of y'all, including the Parish ADA, stating what happened in that conversation. So we walked away from it on the understanding that they would keep hold what they said at the meeting, but that's not what happened. I started receiving phone calls that the ballpark was being sold because of what you said, what Jeremy Landry said, because he's the person that's really interested in purchasing the ballpark. At the Ducks Unlimited event, he mentioned it to several people. And that's not what we were told at the initial meeting. And we thought we had the support from everyone once we walked away from that meeting. If we all vote.
Contact me and ask me.
Huh?
In your post, you thank me, but you didn't contact any member of the.
Because at the beginning of May, last week of April, you told us before we even started any organization, before we filed with the state, before we got the community together, that we had your full support from the start. So I just assume we continue to have your full support.
So when you put a very misleading ad out there.
Yeah, but you publicly said you're pursuing to sell the park.
Very
3
misleading.
private, yeah.
Very misleading. Very misleading.
Well,
You
I'm
ain't getting
keeping
no
transparency. That's what you told us.
Transparency, I told you that you need to hold up on anything in the ballpark. Anything in the ballpark needs to
You
come
gave us
through
the
me.
go ahead and we
Yeah,
have
anything to that
11 board
ballpark
members
comes through.
and you spoke in public. Text messages don't erase and your post under that doesn't erase as well.
I tell you what's gonna happen now. So we got some issues at that ballpark, some electrical issues. And I want that verified before that park is used anymore. Anything at that park needs to come through me. I got a safety concern with that park going on now. The first field got a rock pole on it. You put the lights on, they start smoking. I have a safety concern right now, so halt anything and all activities at that park until I get an electrical engineer over there and do the inspection.
So you're saying that you're gonna halt any
Anything.
community involvement at that ballpark and the
ma'am.
progress of that ballpark
Yes.
because of maintenance issues that you didn't take care of before we started our organization?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for saying it publicly.
Okay. Yeah.
You have any more questions for our intentions or anything
The
like
park been
that?
idle for several years.
Say that again?
The park been idle for several years. It been
Oh,
idle.
absolutely.
Idle. It's been idle. And no guarantee that it will succeed. We got a good plan in place for the new.
But what is guaranteed is the process and law that should follow when
We're
you're
gonna do
trying
that.
to sell
We're gonna
a
do that.
public piece of property that was
I
donated.
would like to make a motion that we do not sell the park. Let me get a second.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Bro that we do not move forward with the sale of the ballpark.
I'll second that
Oh,
motion.
we're not,
Second,
we're not going forward with a sale, we just gonna.
Right, as of right now, we will not sell the park.
The process.
Yeah,
If I get the 5
yeah.
votes.
I'll just invest in us as a community that we're gonna try to build our own. I mean, we didn't even ask for $1. We've been cutting the grass, paying for the gas, we got a lot of community support and just give us a chance. Like, this is your own community.
$11,000. So I'll make a motion that we hire an engineer to go out and inspect the electrical
That's what he just said, though.
out of your rec fund.
Yeah.
Instead of using the rec fund to pay for an appraisal. And then when you ask for that motion to be voted on, one of them asked, well, what you're doing with it, well, we just want to update it appraisal. It doesn't sound like you want to update it appraisal because I asked.
Yeah, I'm moving forward, selling the park. I am moving forward. It's the best thing to happen for rec ball in that park.
It's to sell a ballpark?
To have rec ball played. I don't even hear rec ball no more. What's up with rec ball?
You
Rec
think we can
ball.
play rec ball with it privately being owned? We're gonna have to wait 2 more years with the track record of what Jeremy Landry done in the parish, we're gonna have to wait 2 more years.
You got 2 other investors. You got Mr. Jamie Cadu.
I'm not mentioning them because I respect,
But see,
their
we got a
conversation with
personnel
us.
issue going on right here. I get it.
What do you get?
I get you throwing Mr. Landry's name out there, but you're not throwing Mr. Scott LeBlanc and Mr. Jeremy, Mr.
Because they were very upfront and transparent with their conversation. Jeremy walked away and said, we would back off if y'all didn't want this. 11 people, and we reached out to our community and said, we don't want the ballpark being sold. We did a 1 week, like Google form, seeing what kind of children would come to this park. And we had 148 kids sign up. I just got approval from the superintendent to make sure I can send out any registrations I need and that I have their support. Our sheriff said he would put a sign up on our, like, do you realize how ridiculous this sounds, that I have to fight for a ballpark for our children and we have interest to build it and not ask you for anything? We're not taking over anything. We just asked if we can try to get it back together and get our community like involved and back together. And we just want y'all support.
On Ward 4, why you not pursuing that part?
Have a motion on the floor not to sell the park. You get a second?
Again, guys, it's a little premature to take a vote on not selling the park. There is a process that Ms. Rodriguez is very familiar with. She's put it to us in an email, so I know she's reviewed the revised statute. She understands how it works. It is going to be a public process, so that way the public who's watching at home and in the gallery understands. There's going to be a part where everybody has a say in what happens next. So I would ask that we just table any particular motions at this time until the process unfolds
Make a
and then
motion, but you get a second.
take the action.
Why would we have to table it though, if we're just
We're not
asking?
tabling the damn
To
thing.
just not, it costs us $0 for us to just keep
He
trying
hasn't
to.
even made a motion to sell the property, so to not sell.
Oh, he
the
made a
property
motion
is
in
a
public,
I'm
like
making
there's
a
some
motion not
transactions
to
that
sell
y'all
the
don't know about.
property.
I believe you
Have a
got a
second?
second. I believe you got a second, Mr. Gross. So y'all do what you need.
I'm
to
a
do.
second
Motion
that.
on the
I'm a
floor by
second
Mr.
that.
Brewer, second by Mr. Pineville.
Take a roll call, please, if you're gonna vote on that.
All those in favor of not selling the park, as the motion is stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes, raise your hands, please, so we can get a count. Aye. All those, opposed to the motion on the floor?
Aye.
Aye.
So,
Park's not for sale.
so this time we have, 6 in favor of the park not being for sale and 2, opposed to that motion.
Thank you.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, so then now can we talk about the legal issue?
No one can go on the field. No one can utilize the park until it's up to code.
I don't know if she's
So
clear
if you
about
do
that.
want to put a motion on the floor to have somebody go review that, Mr.
Y'all need to get back off?
Yes,
I can come back on.
No, did you hear him?
Did you hear what he said?
I'll make a motion that we get Parish manager to give me a electrical engineer to reevaluate the electrical components at the park. I want it deemed safe.
Okay. Right now, we still in some FEMA review stuff for the lights at the same time that a couple people were working on. But I'll make a phone call.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Y'all need anything else?
Nobody's allowed on it.
But nobody's allowed.
Allowed
until this
on
is
the
done.
park.
Yeah, I did want to make sure it's safe, without a doubt.
Okay.
Thank you.
You understand what's going on?
Until further notice.
I understand no one's allowed to be back on the park, but I just didn't understand how it was safe enough for us to start
So
this process.
Let's see if we
But
can
since
get
we don't
this
like
as
the
soon as
answer-
possible, Aaron.
Yeah.
Just one out there.
Thank y'all.
Next item, request approval for a $500 refund for cancellation of a community center rental event. Mr. Barry Sylvester.
Good evening. I'm Barrett Sylvester. I want to thank the board for allowing me to speak today. The request for a refund for the community center on 308. We had planned, my family and I had planned a party for my mother's 90th birthday. This is Mildred Sylvester. We didn't tell her about it because even at her age, she's a doer and wants to be involved in a lot of planning and family activities. Went through all the processes of contacting, the necessary people, paid the deposit. I got the, liability insurance, contacted the sheriff department for security. And when we were about a month and a half out, the date that we decided was July 27th. We then informed her of our plans. Well, she said she didn't want anything that big, and, you know, sometimes her health is good and sometimes not, of course, at 90 years old. So we had to table that and make other arrangements. If I may, while I tell you about the other arrangement we have to make, if I could pass this, and it can be just passed around to the member. So what she had informed us was she would prefer to have something smaller with the family, maybe a dinner and something at church. She's still trying to play the piano at church. We actually had some family members coming from around the country, and some were able to cancel. So in lieu of party we had planned at community center, we decided to have a small family dinner, and then we had a program after worship service at New Belmont Baptist Church in Laverdale. And some of the organizations for which she has been a member came out and honored her at the church. So the request now, because of the fact that she didn't want it and because of her age and, you know, the health, we had to cancel. I did do the cancellation verbally about 6 weeks out and officially on the form that I have here before, like 5 weeks out before the date of July 27th. Giving and letting the parish know that we wouldn't be using it. So my request is, if it can be considered for an exception in this matter, because of the circumstances, for the refund of the $500 deposit.
What is our,
We have a provision in place that, if you have to cancel for your event for any reason, you have a 2-year window where you can reschedule. We do not have a refund policy. Because nobody books events 5 weeks out. They book events far in advance. So we basically lost that night in that booking. So that's why we offer the rebooking.
If I may, that there was an event held that day.
They just asked what the policy was. That's our policy.
I'd like to make a motion that we refund the money. All right.
Keep in mind, we have several
turned
other
that
people
down
that
before.
cancel.
Yeah.
Have more that come up.
so, Mr. Sylvester, were you aware of the policy whenever you put the deposit down?
Yes, I did read the contract, and that's why I requested an exception. And it was because of the circumstances with her in this case, not because of me personally.
Understand. So there's a motion on the floor by Mr. Bro to approve a $500 refund for the cancellation of the event at the community center. Is there a second?
I'm a second in the motion.
Second by Mr. Alcorn. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Yay.
Nay.
And nay.
No.
So
Myron?
we're,
Nick, what
Yeah.
you?
What you, yeah, Nick? Mark?
Yes.
Still there.
the vote 4-4,
It does.
the motion does die.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Somebody abstain?
Huh?
Chris is not here.
Chris not here.
Chris is not here.
Sorry.
Request approval for a hardship variance from Code of Ordinances, section 26-60, number 4 on parcel 100061300 on Highway 1000, Ward 7.
Yes, sir. So the parcel number is incorrect. It's 7000300200. It's on Highway 1000. I had a future resident come try to figure out how he could, what he'd have to do to put his mobile homes on his property. So I told him about a rule where you can only put 3 if they're family members. He purchased this piece of property not knowing that there was this ordinance. We did something similar down Frank Lane a couple weeks ago. He basically wants to put himself and 3 of his relatives on the piece of property, not charge them rent. He wrote you guys a letter. He got all 3 of his neighbors to sign saying they were okay with it. And he also did affidavit. And you can see his site plan that I handed out because our copy machine doesn't do right. And he is here if y'all would like to ask him any questions.
This is the same gun? This is not the same gun that we approved.
That was down Frank Lane, no sir. That was a completely different family.
I mean, how are we gonna control this to know that they're staying in the family? There's no control of this.
Mr. Morris is here?
Sorry.
Yeah, if you don't mind, can you come up? Had a couple questions. The question that was posed by one of the jurors was, how do we know that it's gonna be limited to the family and that somebody won't be moving into, basically our ordinance is limited to 3 family members on 1 parcel. And you're asking for a variance to add a 4th,
Yes, sir.
right? So the question on the floor is, how do we know that you're not gonna sell one of the trailers or something to have someone live there that's not a family member?
I guess there's no really specific way to do it, but I am getting ready to have title work done through Frank Rath, which is my lawyer that does my will and estate. My father passed away a few months ago, which is how I was able to purchase the land. Got a good deal from Miss Semino. I'm just trying to move my parents and my daughter and us out there in them 4 trailers spread apart on the 6 acres. And in that will, if maybe y'all would give me consideration, I'll bring it down to y'all. If I can get approval, was that those properties were to be left to those family members, the parts that they lived on, and were not to be sold. That was a condition of the trust. That was after we bought it. He said, once I got everything approved, that we could set it aside and have it resurveyed for like where my mom's trailer would be on the back, where mine would be for my wife, and where my daughter would be, and my sister-in-law, that I would leave them the property after so many years in the event of my death, but it could not be sold. It would have to be stayed in the trust in the family. I don't know if that would help. I understand where you're coming from. I'm not trying to put rental properties on there to make money. I'm just trying to establish us closer together with health issues and all we're all having right now.
Mr. President, can I ask a question?
Sure.
You said Mr. Frank Rathley in Thibodeau?
Yes, sir. He's the one that's been doing all my stuff.
So who's the property, like the name of the individual that owns the property now? Who's it titled?
I got it from Brenda Semino, Simeaneneux. I'm sorry, I
So
can't
they're
say.
it's gonna be transferred into your name.
Yes, that's being taken care of right now.
And so when he does that, would you be agreeable to adding a restriction to that transfer? That
Sure.
then stays into the record and then it can be held accountable by 3rd parties?
Sure, because he originally did my POA and will and all that living trust a while back. And when he went ahead and handled this part and was helping me out with the closing and all, he said, you know, we have to put this land in that trust and your will after everything's deeded and the title insurance,
And when will you take possession of that property?
and within the next week.
Okay, so if they want to pass a motion, we could make it contingent upon the permit supervisor putting together some language that we can forward to your legal counsel. He can review it and then add it as a restriction or a subject to on that active transfer. Would you be acceptable to that? Okay.
Sir, no
All
problem.
right, so that would be an option, gentlemen, if you'd like to do that.
I got a motion on the
All
floor.
right, motion on the floor by Mr. Alcorn to accept the variance, so long as the stipulation is included in the title transfer, as indicated by the ADA.
Second.
Second by Mr. Pineville, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
So
Thank you for your
we'll
time.
be in touch, sir, and Mr. Justin will get in touch and we'll make sure we get something to Mr. Rath.
Yes, sir, and I'll get that done right away for you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all very much.
Item 15, discuss compliance and enforcement of ordinances pertaining to manufactured homes as it pertains to building permits.
Okay, we discussed this last week. We're gonna have a public hearing about it. But, after I had talked to our CBO, he had kind of indicated in an email that I sent all you guys saying that they were not willing to enforce our ordinances or anything that weren't building code. So before I went in and did the public hearing, we had to rechange the ordinance to fit what we can actually enforce. I wanted to just come back and rediscuss it.
Do you have a recommendation?
I mean, we hire an enforcement officer or we take it off of the ordinance, the skirting and the tow bar. And I mean, the other stuff that I ask for when they come to apply.
I got a lot of,
Take it in writing just like we do everything else, but
I got a
that's not.
bunch of phone calls. I got a bunch of phone calls as it pertains to that skirting.
I'm against it.
So I'm definitely against that. They do have 2025 mobile homes that does not come with skirting. It is an option and weather comes through, yeah, it's blown all over the place, but I do not want to, I'm not going to be in favor of holding my people out for that.
Then what kind you put in there, you know, it's not.
I got phone calls on that. Big time.
So y'all would like me to take it out the ordinance when I'm,
Yes.
okay.
Skirting, for sure.
It's got to be presented as a proposed change.
Yeah, well, I'll bring it back next week.
So what
Also,
happens with this one that we,
she's done it and she has the power now. She was gonna do it anyway, but we made her do it.
And that was part of the ordinance.
At the
when
time,
she
it
got
was part of
permit,
the
So there's no
ordinance.
question there. We don't need to discuss
Yeah.
that.
I would like to also revisit the floodplain part of the ordinance. It's not really on the agenda, but I did have at least one police jury tell me that they really didn't kind of understand what I was discussing, so wanted to state what is required and what I'm asking for. LSU CC just requires that a residential habitable new construction be placed 1 foot above the base flood elevation. That's the only thing that they require. I was asking that everything, and that's what y'all said was okay, be placed 1 foot above. And I just wanted to make sure we were still all good with that.
So the discussion that we had was with an external structure, a shed. The state doesn't require us to put that at 1 foot base flood, but our ordinance would have required
If
that.
there's an accessory structure, a mobile home, the state ordinance doesn't require it. They only require, like I said, a habitable structure. So I mean, that could also be some accessory structures like a pool house or a garage with a kitchenette and a bathroom and a living area. So some accessory structures can be habitable, but most of them won't be. I still recommend we do the foot above,
Yeah.
but it's. Just wanted to bring it back.
The shed and stuff like that, sheds and all that.
No, everything. Put that on the agenda for next meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want.
So a whole separate item.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Adopt the resolution authorizing millages or taxes for Assumption Gravity Drainage District Number 2 for 2024.
This was a drainage district that, got theirs redone this year, renewed, and I failed to include them on my resolution. So if you look on your tab 16, it basically is calling for the adoption of what the board did pass and what they did get renewed at. So basically just a formality.
Motion to accept by Mr. Diaz.
second,
Second by Mr. Pineville. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
With that being said, I think there's one in
Libra.
your ward, Airport Settlement.
Airport settlement?
Yeah, theirs expires this year and I'm not getting any communication back from them that they're trying to get in touch. So.
I know they met 2 weeks ago about it.
Okay,
So,
but they've already
uh,
missed this late election, so it'll have to be done early next year. But they only collect $500 a year, the cost of that election, because there's nothing else on it. Might not even be worth it.
They did it
So
this year.
just think about
This
it.
year,
They could
probably
have
did
jumped on with
good.
somebody
Yeah,
else, with the, yeah, so. Just food for
Yeah,
thought.
why you let that pass?
What you mean, why I let it go? Don't you go there.
Request approval to grant leniency to the homeowner located at 145 Dag Street for junk pickup.
Yeah,
Right now, going-
Mr. Chair, I asked that, we group 17 and 18 together. Both of these items are on the same accord. I did, address the jury a couple of weeks ago, as it pertains to what happened, how it happened. Service started getting rendered after all the communication went out from the parish. Some of the junk trash was getting picked up, even though we followed the process from that administration office. And, again, both of these homeowners, both of these addresses, are in the same boat, as it pertains to, not being able to afford, the cost of what it costs. So, I didn't know which way to go when I said grant them some leniency. I did ask Mr. Calabro to look at the file. He said, Ron, only if the jury approved, the only thing he can do is maybe do a CEA between the parish and the landowner. So my leniency, that I'm asking for these two residents would be, if we can cut them half and let them pay half. So,
Where it stops at,
Where does it stop?
where it stops at.
what you mean, where it stopped?
I mean, they can keep going
I'm
on
just
and
letting-
on and on.
Well, I mean, wait. The complaint was filed, right? There was a mix-up. The pile started
Where
to
was
get
the
work.
mix-up at?
The pile started to get work. And we still pursued the complaint. That's what happened. So only thing I'm doing is asking for leave. Now, if you don't want to approve, you don't have to approve.
The question is, Ron.
But I'm just saying.
Is it contact?
No,
No, they didn't
There was no
contact.
there was
me.
no communication.
They didn't contact. Well, after they saw the pile getting picked up, I guess they thought everything was okay.
So,
That's my only thing.
so something with this, I think we need to address is, I know, at least for the second one, the homeowner never received the certified letter. Now, I know I was told that they can refuse it and then we don't get it.
Mhm.
But if the person's at work and the mail carrier, there's no one there, it gets returned to us.
But they normally have notifications. You get a notification in your mailbox that you have a certified.
I'm telling you, I'm just, so this happened also with a junk complaint at a different address. I was made aware of a phone, he called me because his name was in the paper. Somebody called him about it.
So
He never received the letter, but it was returned here, not accepted. So something is broken in the process, either with the postal service or something, that they're not receiving the certified letter to get the acknowledgement of it.
but they're not going to the post office and get it.
Maybe so, but I think we need to look at, it's just, our policy is to put it in the paper
That's fine.
for 15 days.
But if they get certified letter, I ain't gonna pick that up, as long as they don't go
Let me finish. Very few people get the paper anymore. I know the law requires us to post it in the parish journal. But I think this is gonna happen more and more, that people are not aware that somebody's come and pick it up. And on that second case, Waste Depot is the one that they said that they spoke to the contractors there. They didn't speak to the homeowner. They spoke to the contractor, but the contractor was a family member that didn't charge them to pick it up. I don't see why Waste Depot is making a decision of what they're gonna pick up or not. We need to decide if this is a pile that Waste Depot should have picked up or not. You know, whether she had, a family member has a contractor business or not, she didn't pay for the service. Waste Depot should have been picking up this pile. They decided not to pick it up.
Did they eventually start picking it up?
No, not this one,
No.
not the second.
One word against that word.
I don't know how we can improve our attempts to contact the homeowners, but
Knock on the
I think
door.
both of these instances, you know, in previous conversations with Waste Depot, we asked that they put a door hanger on a pile that they would not pick up. They have refused to do that for us. If they would have done that, then the homeowner would have known that they're not picking it up. So we just need to improve our process. I think the charges are not getting less to pick up this stuff. It goes to the highest bidder. If there's only one bidder, they get it, regardless of how high the number is. So a lot of these contractors are just putting it out there and say, if I get it, it's gonna be worth it. You know, maybe we ought to cap it how much they're picking up. You know, or look at doing it in-house with no, I'm being serious. These charges are, I mean, for one truck to come pick up, you know,
Well, what
it just seems
happens is,
excessive.
there's so few people that have interest in doing the job. So you have this one or two contractors that they basically get a monopoly on it. They're the only bidder. So they can set their prices high. You know, but we have had situations where I will advise Katie, she sends the letter certified and 2 days later, we send the same letter, regular mail, and they will receive that one and they will not receive the certified. They know the addresses. They know when it's coming from us. They refuse. You know,
I understand what you're saying, but in speaking to these people, I mean, if they're not receiving them, they're not receiving them.
but if he was notified that his name was in the paper, then he had notice, this other individual you spoke
Yes,
to.
and he addressed his
Right.
issue.
We gave them an extension. It's a 2-month extension.
And that's what it all goes back to. It's lack of communication. And if they would just communicate, we give them extensions, we work with them. We don't try to just rush this process and charge them $2,500, but
How about
Gotta communicate with us.
if there's no response, a certified mail, hand it to the juror in that respective area and have him go ahead and deliver. That's what used to be done.
we can, but some of the complaints come from the juror, so it seems
Not
like
no
they
more,
could have, you
not no
know.
more,
Right, shouldn't be, but
not no more. If it ain't coming from the neighbor or the resident, it ain't coming from us. We're not gonna be sought out to be picking on people.
Ron, you ain't doing that, huh?
Do what?
You ain't going knock on nobody.
not.
No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not doing it. No.
Yeah, but
That's how we ended up in
I would
court.
do it.
Okay,
I would do
so
it.
no, don't do that.
No,
Okay.
he's saying that if the post office attempts so many times
Yeah.
about a return
Give it to the
receipt,
juror.
then in the meantime,
Give it
get
to
in
the
touch with the
juror.
juror and let
Give
them
it
try
to the
to
juror.
make
Okay.
delivery.
Give it to the juror.
Okay,
So that'll help.
okay.
We've had one that tried 3 times and it's still.
And look, I understand some of these addresses are out of town and all, we may not be able to attempt to get them, but
Right.
if someone is living there,
Yeah.
if someone is living there, we should be able to make contact.
But on that, guys, we do have to be, and we've said this a number of times, and I know Mr. Bro will be preaching the choir here, but we need to be more vigilant with Waste Depot. Because it's a service that the jury and the constituents are paying for, that it's getting skirted. So if we want to come down with a notation or a flag that's gonna be put on these piles, I think that would assist in moving forward. It just has to be something where we get them to a meeting, we discuss what can happen, and then we're saving money on both sides.
How long we got left on that contract?
A long time.
2.5
3.5 years,
Yeah.
maybe 2.5, something like
Yes.
Yeah, we might be a year and a half into the
No,
contract,
no,
5-year
no,
contract.
no.
2 years in. Well, I mean, if it's a 5-year contract, that's
We got
3
3
more
You got
years.
3 years left.
We just
Was
made-
there an updated invoice submitted by one of the
Yes, sir.
contractors on? Okay. so-
Yes, that number is
He,
reflected in this.
So we just make sure that adjusted amount is
It is
paid, 'cause I
done.
know they provided it.
It's already
Okay,
reflected
fine,
in this.
that was, because again, wasted people picked up a little bit of it.
Yes,
and
so,
then the
so just
contractor
to let
picked
you
up
know,
Less than what they had
the
applied.
contractor, did submit a revised invoice. He reduced his cost by some, but those numbers are reflected.
All right, so you got a motion.
I got a motion on the floor.
You say grant leniency, but to
What's
what
your
extent?
Say 50%.
Okay, so the motion on the floor with Mr.
Where
Alcorn,
the funding is gonna come from?
General fund, where else?
$600, right?
It adds up. You know how many letters like this we send out?
there's a motion on the floor with Mr. Alcorn to grant 50% leniency for the locations of 145 Dag Street and 6685 Highway 308.
Yes, y'all.
Is there a
help the
second?
people.
I'll second his motion. We'll have a vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Hey,
3, 4, You for it?
You against it? Or you for it? You for it? You for it? You against? it? Well,
So we're 4-4.
What is Mr. Charles?
Yes.
What is Mr. Charles?
He was for it.
So 4-4.
4-4, so motion dies.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Pondell. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.